Hello everyone, welcome back to Of the Devil. I'm here with my three good friends, River, Molly, and Sophia. How are you three?
I'm doing
Doing well.
good.
Hello.
We seem to have another new Fugi this week.
It spreads.
Oh,
I'm
too
very
cramped. I'm
underdressed,
too
I'm sorry.
cropped for my own good.
Look, there's only so much space. I can make you a bit bigger. How's that?
This
Is
is
that
fine.
good?
I mean, so long as we can read everything.
Those donation messages are never gonna be legible.
Why do they
That's
call
the
it of
price
the
we
devil
pay.
when you live in the cold devil and devout hot eat the devil?
Eat the devil?
Wow.
This is when
You
I
really
really
got her with that one.
I really appreciated TTS at this moment, because like reading that message would not have been funny, but listening to Morgan say it was very funny to me. Thank you for the tier 2 subscription, Chef Whatnot. We are back with more Out the Devil. I've been looking forward to this all week. I think in the last stream, what's happened so far? The one guy committed fake suicide. I don't love mentioning suicide in the first 5 minutes of the stream, but that's how it is. YouTube's gonna demonetize the fuck out of this. Like it, and we think. Okay. My brain didn't work so good. Okay, let's just press continue, and I can read through the chord record for a bit.
That sounds like a good plan.
It's a loading screen, or am I supposed to press something?
You can just click the go button.
Where's the go button?
Just click anywhere on the screen.
Ah,
It's been a while since we played.
yeah. Okay, hang on. So, right.
What is this visual novel of which you speak?
Right, so we met Sarah, who is an android girl who was in a box and who was left to us by our dead friend. And it seems they've committed suicide, but Sarah is convinced that he would not do that. So Sarah has essentially hired us to prove the innocence of her father and prove that he did not commit suicide, that it was murder. Jessica Starling is a character. Hetero Jessica, as we call her.
Yep. Hetero Jessica.
Rockford is around. Fran was formally introduced. I don't know if she's gonna, or if they're gonna come up at any point.
They were doing research into a rock personality
Right.
of sorts.
Yeah. Farah Reyes, whose name I know how to pronounce.
Good job. Proud of you.
There's David Asher. Still think he looks very femme. I don't know if that's purposeful. I assume that's purposeful. I can't imagine that's not purposeful. I don't know. And this lady, who is my mentor.
The Gilf.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and Detective London is around. I don't know. We're at a hospital. We're going to the hospital to check. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Probably check the body.
Yeah, I think we're checking on David's body and seeing
Right.
whether or
Yeah,
not...
the morgue. We're going to the morgue to check
Yeah.
David's
Also
body.
the toxicology report.
Yes. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find a witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have a caduceus Executive 3. More expensive than David. Which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing.
That is not what I meant.
Really?
There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
I lied. I lied about my identity and my goals and basically everything else all the time. Well, I didn't do
Thank you
anything.
for recommending Undead Unluck because holy shit.
Yeah, it's really good, right? Tell these three bozos how good it is, chat.
I'm gonna hop on it eventually.
I-
Look,
I
I'm
won't-
busy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and stop being lazy at some point.
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Hmm. Haven't you heard of the golden rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. And he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be... My sinuses are fucked today. Which meant he'd be eager to help, given the chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know another person... How can you know how another person wants to be treated?
Oh, Sarah.
Not autistic.
Not autistic. None of us, nobody in this elevator is autistic. There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. And I'm addicted.
That is... not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then.
Oh, let me move myself into the corner like before.
Yeah, maybe also put Morgan in a little
Yeah,
more in the corner
yeah,
too.
yeah. One sec. Just gonna...
You gotta get off the table, Morgan.
Morgan, get down. Get off the table. There you go.
Yay.
Ellipse.
So,
I'll be
we
down
proceed
here if
down
you
the
need
hall,
me.
bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm gonna open the one that says Morg on it. Who's calling dibs on this one? So, I'm
Back
looking at
during the
you.
preview. Back during the preview, you did.
I did?
Back during the episode 1 preview, yes.
Hmm. Oh, hey. Coming in. Don't stand out there in the, cold wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chillin' here. I bet I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just a lady I wanted to see. Though I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner, not some ad or junior, means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're? Morgan, I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Ah, sure, the. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. This is gonna be very weird.
It's not too late to tag out.
Nah, let's see how far I can carry this.
Alright.
That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity.
Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am?
You can't just ask someone how they have so many monitors. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom. I got 4 new monitors every year.
Do you run out of things to use them for?
Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 jobs at once when I'm doing road work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do road work? Helps me use the screens.
I see.
What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Sophia?
Oh boy. It's really just you and me right now, huh?
Well, I mean, you.
All right.
Molly can read it.
I can read it. I can read. A hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family?
Ikaria.
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 Ikaria. Ikaria.
In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years.
Wait a minute.
It's the...
Yellow text means it's edited, right?
It's important.
Yellow text means it's highlighted and important.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change, after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago, it's moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the neo-bility. As in nobility, but
Right.
neo. Huh?
Yeah.
A generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd label her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Muriel Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?"
Yeah, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, idiot. Let's see. Okay. Right, so they have a ton of money because they are career criminals, and they use that money to get a hospital renamed after them? Why would they do that?
Functionally purchase a new reputation.
That makes sense.
They're generous now. They donate to hospitals. Look, their name's on
sense. That makes sense.
That's like the Bush family.
The Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name wherever they get themselves, wherever to get themselves a new image. All the nobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. That must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Thank you for helping me with my reading comprehension there, Molly.
You're welcome.
Are these all dead bodies?
One would hope so.
I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect.
Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. The mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Demily says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspecting CCIC. I don't know what CCIC is. CCIC? Climate change induced complications. Like flooding and death. You can prove that climate change has contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely.
If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased?
Plus or minus 40% on the life insurance payout.
Oh god.
I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job, it's just... So much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. you finishing up over there? Right, okay, so, what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be...
What was the cause of death?
Oh, wow. Hi there. Cute android. I didn't even realize it was... really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Oh.
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 Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flush. Felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Well, the cause of death. Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Doctor was sure dead of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood. Not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness. Then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion. Lots of consciousness, and finally, respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation, repeatedly. Lots of Asians. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation of another Asian, but it was too late.
And you're certain of all this?
Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show... Molly?
Yeah. Biomonitor is a general use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Commonplace among the affluent, as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs.
Right, so rich people typically have things that tell them at all times how healthy they are.
Yeah.
He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the DMT has arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? The police mentioned a tox screen? Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when we first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Have you noticed my awesome metal claw hand?
Mm-hmm.
That thing is fucking
cool.
sick, dude. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the tox screen gave them nothing. I mean, I figured that's just like an analysis of what's in his blood, right? Yeah. Alcohol was the only item positively identified at the time. Okay.
I mean, the alcohol makes sense.
Did we get a profile on this character? Yes. Hello. Occupation medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, and palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, and ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. I'm most proud of my weekly meal prep.
She's just like me, for real, for real.
You do like meal prep. I know that about you. Do you hate
Yeah.
dress codes and ebooks?
I'm not fond of either of them, no.
Really? What's wrong with ebooks?
They're not as good as a physical book. You're just staring at a screen.
True.
I'm actually with her on this one.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
right. I'm not against that opinion.
Also, they're less preservable. Books are one of the most secure forms of data storage in terms of being, like, resistant to the ravages of time.
And one of the least searchable.
That's true.
Sophia, I have a different question. How good are you at meal prep for Emily to have known this about you?
She mentions it pretty
Oh.
often.
It's not a matter of being good about it's not a matter of being good at it, it's just a matter of being proud about it.
Like whenever we're on voice, she'll be like, "Oh, I'm prepping a meal right now. I'm making spaghetti or some shit like that."
Fuck yeah, spaghetti.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
I had like a leftover beef broccoli stir fry for lunch. It was great.
That sounds good.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a beef broccoli stir fry.
Thanks. After we died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound at all.
Huh.
So, the designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David?
You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered?
Well, then I wouldn't have access to them, dingus. Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. If one of them patents a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield.
How so?
Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formulae so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. Let you give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. That doesn't seem right. That's just patent trolling. There should be a way to prevent that. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger. They could punch back. But for the rest of the field... Wow, you corporate liars are scary. I'm not a corporate liar. So you came up with that strategy just now?
So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified?
If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is it. That needs some water.
I like to imagine she said that in character.
She did. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original.
Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance, one you might know by another name but with a patented structure?
Sorry, sweetheart. It's a general depressant. There are lots of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places. If the effect wasn't remarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life. But I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams?
Is 20 milligrams a lot?
Depends. Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose on something relatively harmless then? No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to feud a body? We could skip it, if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Not me, though. I'm fucking awesome. Have you seen my tattoos? Yeah,
My job
that
is also to look at corpses.
shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. I don't want to voice you anymore. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one.
I thought that he would look different.
I'm fascinated by the psychology of Morgan right now. Here we have someone who kills liberally and regularly. But when she loses someone close to her, it still hits her.
I mean, yeah, of course, she's not a monster.
She is.
By her own admission, she said that the Heartbreak Killer is a monster.
Like, she kills people. It feels no remorse about it whatsoever. How would, like... I mean, I know she was a psychopath, but, like, it's putting it in starker contrast than before. Huh?
But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands.
You were expecting something more drastic?
The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable.
Could be an issue of skill. Not the
Yeah,
time,
she
Morgan.
did.
Not the time. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least.
You're going to smoke? Here? Now?
Seems illegal. I'll pay the fine.
That's not the issue.
Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio.
And some don't grieve at all, it seems.
I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell want this thing light?
Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards.
Really good. Really
She
good.
tries so hard to seem like she doesn't care.
Morgan be like I don't care as she cried deeply.
It's a horrible day for rain. Alright, now it's back into cold storage for him, so... Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just, thank you for subscribing Cross-Examiner.
Fitting.
How fitting.
We're gonna be doing some cross-examining later, I bet. It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures.
Hexagonal.
It's not even true. There's
you
one
go.
hexagon there. That's a pentagon. I'm full of shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. Is this estrogen? And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure, would it certainly act like a suppressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake? Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant would just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the grey market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need? Give me a ring. You're kinda hot. That's very generous. Rockford orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it.
Goodbye, Yumi.
And goodbye to you, Greenie.
My name is Sarah.
Could you repeat that? You broke up a bit.
Did I?
Yeah, on my end.
Yeah, just
How strange. My name is Sarah.
Nice to meet you, Sarah. July 1st. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Loch Kuhn, Tethys, Neath, each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Living off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful.
Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that?
Is she looking on the
I
wikis
think
again?
No, I think she's writing her own profile.
She's writing her wiki. Noble
I am
lays
getting
claim.
ahead of the curve. Sorry. Was doing a bit.
No, you're fair. Fair. Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David, and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative.
Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there?
You know, you don't typically write your own wiki entries. That's not really a thing people do. Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to.
History.
Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will...
How did you know my father?
What?
I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding?
I was soliloquizing, it's different.
Is it?
It's different. I was waxing poetically about the nature of our society. You wouldn't get it. It's something only brooders do.
Oh, so you were brooding.
No, I wasn't brooding just then. I'm just saying I'm a brooder and you're not. No. What did you ask?
My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can't you just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media. And your online presence is...
Lots of modern art. Kind of bloody, though?
not significant.
You're saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We've been to the same college.
You studied programming.
No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though. He had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Business ethics. A very important class in the cyberpunk future, to be fair. I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first?
was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual rankings. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore, like he was autistic or something.
That's weird.
It was
I wouldn't.
kind of you.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
It was kind of you to give him a chance.
What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle at the ball?
You weren't?
One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying it was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm?
You're not very familiar with your dad as not being an all-knowing god, are you?
No, why would I be? He is.
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. Do we know how old David was when he died?
Probably.
No,
I don't see that
I
anywhere.
guess not.
no.
Doesn't say anything about character ages, actually.
Yeah. Same age as Morgan, I guess.
I guess.
Or roughly
little bit
younger. Oh.
He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell you what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying?
Oh, I wouldn't be the first kid who stole some Adderall to pass a test.
Yeah, for real.
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. You gave him a fucking placebo? Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
You gave him a placebo.
That's really funny.
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just till it kicked in.
And the test?
B+, I think.
Oh, that's great.
I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him.
I assume he doesn't know. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. Okay, he did know. He did know. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming.
Yeah, for real, if someone did that for me, like if I had like Morgan do that for me in college and I found out later, I would be like, actually, you're like my BFF now, for real, thank you.
It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, you were looking out for me in like a real way.
Sometimes you need a friend to not do what's nice, but do what you need.
Yeah.
No problem, Molly.
Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year at grad school, he published his paper.
The Turing solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics.
One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but...
But it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since.
Don't know if you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships. invitations to immigrate.
What did you tell him?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. Sometimes you need someone to listen. That's all you need sometimes.
Yeah.
Rubber ducking it. Does anyone here not know what rubber ducking it is?
Oh,
I
I
have
know.
a story about that,
I'm
but
looking to the
it might
crowd.
not be for now.
Okay. He took Noble's offer, and then took over his education. Paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. Chad does not know what rubber ducking is. Rubber ducking is a thing in programming, where if you can't figure something out because you've been mulling it over too much,
Oh, you talked to a rubber duck.
you explain your problem to a rubber duck, and then you can see it from a new angle, and sometimes that helps you solve the problem.
I thought it was an innuendo you were about to like
No?
segue
My
into.
parents
No?
also. My parents did think it was a sex thing when I brought it up one time casually.
Wait, sorry. How is rubber ducking a sex thing?
While
Well,
you're rubbing
They
and
thought it
ducking.
was. I said that I was rubber ducking through a problem in my personal life, and my parents were like, "Whoa, I don't want to hear about that."
Rubbers are slang for condom in America.
Oh. How does
Yeah.
the duck come in?
Well,
Your
you duck
duck
under it when
sounds-
someone throws it at you.
Well, I was going to say duck sounds like fuck. So if you don't know what rubber ducking is, your first assumption might be like, oh, wow, you're really just like fucking for the sake of fucking, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just read the law for a second.
Huh.
He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Mobile may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You are referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant. Just like his code?
Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service.
Sarah has the best expressions.
Just-in-time manufacturing is a term I only learned about relatively recently. You guys know what that is?
I actually
Yeah, it's a
don't.
disaster waiting to happen is what it is.
Just-in-time manufacturing is when you schedule all your components out to only be produced by the time you need them, which caused a huge supply chain issue during the pandemic because there were not enough hard drives and like graphics cards to go around.
Oh, I see.
Because all those factories couldn't keep up with the demand and could not make enough in time. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put down a He helped me put a down payment on my apartment. Then made up an excuse as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? They're really convinced that he and I were in fact friends?
I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
That was very intense all of a sudden. Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sublobby A8. Whoa, look at this place. It's like an art gallery.
What art galleries have you been to that look like this?
I mean, first of all, that's
There's actually...
that's the
Actually,
disc
you know what?
thrower, right? Whatever his name is.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
actually, you know what? This kind of does look like the MoMA, I think.
And isn't that Michelangelo's David? Like the same shape, same pose?
No, that's Venus.
Venus? Damn,
Well, maybe Venus. I don't know. It's missing an arm, and Venus is missing an arm, I think.
maybe. I don't know. I've been here before. Sat right there in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing out the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
I really like Morgan's internal dialogues. She
Yeah.
lives in this world with such distaste for it all. It's very compelling. Like, she is weaving poetry just to tell those guys they suck.
Mhm.
Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Let's do some glaring.
To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves. Like it's always been here.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. No kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation.
So much energy, so many people, all so intent.
And we're rendering exactly 2 of them. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
Oof. All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all
You see?
possibly be doing?
The 12-6 work week. It's coming.
Oh,
Making work for themselves.
you can be very cynical, can't you?
Molly said the same thing to me. Yeah, I'm terrible. That guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. That man is playing Galaga.
Really? Avengers in 2025?
I can reference a movie. It's allowed.
13,
Emily knows
13
movies.
years.
Loud.
It's 13 years old. It's culture at this point.
I feel like
Is it?
I would be less annoyed if someone referenced the Avengers than if someone referenced Endgame.
Oh, God. Yeah, no.
Like-
for sure.
Right? Come on.
Yeah. With you on this one. I'm with you.
Thank you. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll bring you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that?
Is it just a part of the corporate culture?
Why is Avengers different from Endgame? Because Avengers hadn't set a pattern yet.
Hmm.
Endgame was a climax of things. And Endgame was the culmination of a decade of mainstreamness. The Avengers was new. It was something special, in a way. Before it became normal. It was something we hadn't seen yet.
You just described Endgame as a culmination of, like, a decade of being mainstream. I'd describe the Avengers as a culmination of a decade of, let's see if this works.
Yeah, it was risky.
Yeah.
It was riskier. I think that's why I like it better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Nova's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. Have you seen Severance yet? It's pretty good. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion.
Whoa, this is just like Severance.
So you can't obey simple orders, but you've watched Severance?
What was your opinion on the end of Severance? On the second season of Severance? When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me to the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish.
River?
Morgan?
That's me.
What the hell? Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes.
Evan Dawes. New character.
Hey, that's my
He's
birthday.
very tall.
That's my brother's birthday too.
A
Nervous,
minus.
shaky beanpole man.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean just the voice.
Why do you need to adjust your voice for that? Occupation Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, and pale ale. Interesting. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Part of his practice handshake. Struggles with solving captchas.
Oh no, not the Tumblr
Same.
Hair scented gray.
Oh, no, he kind of is.
I don't see it.
He's tall, he's skinny, he's a little disheveled.
Yeah.
It's
I
because of
see
that
it.
one gif
Yeah.
with the guy with the tie.
Yeah.
He's not self-assured enough.
Sometimes the poor little meow meow is also a Tumblr sexy man. It does happen.
Yeah.
The sad wet cat energy.
The two main breeds.
Yeah. Like I
Two
could
houses.
totally see some Fujoshi going crazy over this guy. Evan Dawes, he says. Like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy?
You seem familiar. Have you...
I'm David's lawyer.
Huh?
Oh, then we must have...
Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
As if it's a proper noun.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me.
You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new?
On the razor? Is that an expression I don't know?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Razor's edge, as in, like, very scared.
Compared to PR, legal right now. Workloads and QA aren't. Never mind. How can I assist you?
Shortly before his passing, Dr. Rashur began the process of registering this android.
Yes, that is Kurt.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job.
Look at that. It's definitely custom.
We've accidentally introduced our illegal robots to an expert. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Yeah, this literally says he's a chief supervisor at the Android manufacturing plant. This doesn't seem like a good person to interact with.
It'll be fine.
Gee, you think? Good thing I started on an expert.
Worm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 premiere, if anything. barcode is clearly printed. No visible defects. But you're right. It doesn't correspond to anything we got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place.
Not far, I hope.
It's in the building.
In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike.
Production line on B9 should have everything we need.
You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters?
B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see all the sausage I made. What does it say?
The sausage is made.
Sausage is made, okay. Sorry, that I couldn't see.
What was that?
My brother.
Oh. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets.
No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here.
No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. I hate corporate speak, it's the worst. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Basement, floor 9. Have I mentioned that the environment design in this game is fucking incredible for a detective game?
Oh, yeah.
Like, coming off Ace Attorney or Danganronpa, this is incredible.
It's only 4 people, too.
It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment?
No problem. I've got some freelance paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it.
I better take full advantage. I need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why Devi wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime.
Adonai?
Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. What's being built out there?
Our top-of-the-line, brand-new bestsellers that animate 16, Warren.
Looks kind of cold out there.
We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum.
Excuse me? That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh.
Yeah,
The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just mean I'm surprised to see metal.
Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process.
Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and organic to work together?
Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0 is where the real skin was synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just...
Right.
For 2.0, they work backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end.
Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electrical current through them?
They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Look like puppets strung up on live wires. We use the test footage to haze interns, actually.
That's messed up. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway.
Thank you. We try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but...
Right.
They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs.
Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human.
High precision bonds are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity.
Slotted into the nervous system. They receive. Okay. So you had to do the opposite?
Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh.
Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Rashur?
Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung.
Jung.
That's Jung.
Sorry.
Jung. Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive.
She's one hell of a biochemist. Profile yet, Emily?
Wasn't that the name of the lady who died in Chapter 0?
No.
No.
No? What was her name?
That was Diana something.
Was it not Diana Jung? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it was an alliterative name. I think it was Diana D.
I don't know.
Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade.
So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled worm androids. As I thought, whatever went into the Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? Yeah.
Jump scare, jump scare.
Just like I've seen it before. That's the 3D printer from David's lab. That's right, that was one of David's lab.
That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer, nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randall Mechanics.
What does it do?
Nano level flash fab.
Flash fabrication? Yeah. Molly, if you would.
A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes, or even seconds.
So wait, what? A thing that makes things fast?
Nanomachine, son.
Yeah,
Okay.
doing it really fast.
Okay, cool. Okay, got it.
I think the
Yeah.
name is referenced
Nanomachines
to
have been around
real-life
for the better part of a
psychologists,
century.
But I might be wrong.
Maybe. I don't know.
But the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was, historically, prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of the surge in nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. It's small, so it's fine.
This setting sucks.
Yeah, this planet is done for in like 10 years. Did I see that? What was that? Oh, Newability had one.
Slang term for the nouveau riche, new money. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation, and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly styled themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments, and third, corporations.
Ugh.
Users also frequently search for, who are neobility families? How to marry into wealth. Define nouveau.
Yeah, okay. River?
Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines.
Pay attention. You built nanomachines in your factory for use in your androids?
The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that can make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution.
A 3D printer from nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use?
Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks.
Hang on a fucking second.
Wait a tick.
That rings a fucking bell. Where is it? Were those not the exact things?
It's at the top.
The poison?
Yeah. It doesn't specify. But wasn't that the exact things that they were mentioned as part of the poison?
Hmm.
They feed into the nanoprinter, and it assembles the machines particle by particle.
Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. I have no idea what she just said.
Ribosome? It's
Does that
part
have
of
to do
the
with the
cell.
mitochondria? I know it's the powerhouse of the cell.
Yes.
Ribosome building... Look.
Yeah, Chad is right. It's like DNA. It's like how
Look,
you make DNA.
I was a pro gamer. Then I became a game designer. Now I'm a video game streamer. I don't need to know this. Must be time
But it's a fun
consuming.
fact.
What is the fact? What is the? I don't even know what you just said.
You're zipping up your DNAs.
Huh?
You zip up your components of the DNA helix in order to make it a DNA. That's what a ribosome does.
Okay. Read the line.
Right? Okay. You would think, but Randa cracked the code on parallel micro manufacturing.
She's just a
Microfactoring.
girl. She doesn't need to know this.
Okay,
insights-
don't fucking go there. Time out that person for like 10 minutes.
Sorry, Pojo, that was rude. Stop, hold on.
Don't do a misogyny in my fucking channel.
Thank you, Sonia. Chuck kept moving, so I had to keep moving up. Anyway, the inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in the liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is definitely what David drank that killed him. Nectar? It's sticky?
It can be, depending on the desired output. But the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof.
What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could have just brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. Yeah, we found this exact thing in David's lab. And it happened to mention the exact compounds that was in the toxin. And it comes out in liquid form. This got into his drink somehow and it killed him.
Manufacturer.
He must have bought his own for some reason. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what I used to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? What else am I looking for in here? Oh.
Couple of things.
An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half-dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dawes, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct?
Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews.
Other corporations do it the same way?
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees usually focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency.
Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. Sorry if this is sensitive. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David. Are overdoses common in the company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he says.
Overdoses, that is. Not
Call that a nano
hospitalizations.
brewery.
Or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days.
These days?
Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the... I can't see it over Molly's head.
Oh.
Missed the on-ramp.
Popped greens?
Yeah, used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow the red after brushing your teeth, and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement. Like going from torches to a light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down.
This is not good. That's great to hear.
The trainees under me don't realize how good they got it. Kids probably don't even have to learn how to purge.
What, like vomit?
Yeah.
Like throw up in the bathroom? Oh
Yeah.
my god, the act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxative to stimulate a bowel movement.
Oh, you vomit or shit. You vomit or shit.
Those are your options. Vomit or
Pooping or
shit.
shooting.
I want to say this is unrealistic,
It's
but
not.
how many years out are we from Amazon telling you to take Adderall or you can go home?
0 years because they probably do that. They monitor how much you pee.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? There's something here that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I skimmed through the glass, out on the floor there were temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? Girl who loves blood, seeing
blood.
some blood.
And a lot of blood
You-
vibes.
You mean oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process.
Oxidant. It's blood, dude. You're adding
That is
human
what
blood.
is.
I mean, it's technically not blood.
No, it is blood. They're like growing blood, right?
It just has the same chemical compound in blood and serves the same purpose as blood. But
And it's the same
legally,
color.
Legally, it's distinct from
legally
blood.
it's not blood.
Fuck's sake.
Something out of place?
Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red. It's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish. But pink. Ever played Danganronpa? It's like that. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red.
Oh, right. Sorry. I barely noticed it at this point. Sorry. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process.
And they
That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment.
Yeah. Do you want me to...
No, that's okay. I'm
Eh.
just considering why this could be evidence. Maybe this removed the color from the poison or something like that? It feels like it's going to come up in some way, or they wouldn't put this in here.
Hmm.
Changing it from blood red to psychopath pink.
Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors.
That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. That's pretty morbid.
Yeah.
Still looking around for stuff to click on. Looking around for something to click on, something to click
Is
on.
there anything in that box underneath the distance?
Yeah. What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? Molly, if you would.
Yeah, on the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever could have suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who, in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the Uncanny Valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike, or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign into this device. Drop your thumbprint below and we'll get you squared away so you can keep reading.
Very fascinating concept.
I think this is sort of like...
It makes sense. Like, the more it resembles a human, the more you can feel morally troubled by it being a human that serves you.
Yeah, I think it's like with the blood is a good example.
Yeah,
being a pink color.
If it doesn't look like blood, you don't have to feel bad. If it does look like blood, it might trigger something primal in your brain.
Yeah.
Interesting. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Are they passing it around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast, now that the androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are... If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable.
All done? You ready to get the ad handled?
I did a perfect reading comprehension there, by the way. I'm very...
Yeah?
Thanks for humoring me.
And you have it step into the scanner.
As he says.
Understood.
Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here.
We theorized that it may have been Asher's pin cushion.
A pin cushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here.
What language is that on the screen?
Tess. You know, Tesseract. All Noble products and... well, pretty much all products. Products, period, are programmed in Tess.
Sophia, if you would.
Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language. Built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, thank you for the raid, Arirap TTV, to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention.
Why am I even here?
At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages. Today, TAS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other, older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology.
I would hate
have
a
returned.
world where everything is programmed in Java.
Nightmare.
Ugh.
Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by?
Sarah,
This Sarah model. It's got everything 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here and that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases.
So this was definitely off the books. And the company doesn't know shit.
Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances.
Your brother playing a game or something?
Yeah, he's playing Marvel Rivals with his friends.
Anyway.
Sorry. Data storage so large I can't. No. Wow. He had it to measuring it using.
Dude was using fucking petabytes. Hell of a poker face.
Wait. Decryption and signal hijacking? That's.
Oh man, is there any legal tech in there? Hacking?
Essentially.
Does that mean it can hack its own tenets? Oh my god, do we have the 3 laws of robotics in here?
Tenet, a programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. I said that word right. I'm proud of myself.
Inviolable?
Good job.
Inviolable.
Good job.
Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio, 3 priorities that had governed how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized.
Thank you, Asimov.
Since then, the number of supported tenets has ballooned to 113.
Wow.
Most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value.
That's funny.
Tenets are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenet limit of below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was the TNT Safety Zero, aka Tenet Zero or Tenet 1. Said tenet was dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstance Defense Contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenet Zero may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke.
They
Wow,
removed
it's
the
like
first
wires
law of
crossed in here.
robotics because it impeded military contract.
Yeah.
It's like a wires crossed in here.
Is this like wires crossed?
Not exactly.
I have to
but
admit, I don't know
similar.
your lore very perfectly.
My angle was more, it depends on what you qualify as a person. That was my angle. Or what ARM is, yes.
Does that mean it can harm its own tenants?
Oh, no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad, the biggest sentence would be like, you stepping into traffic. Dropping a baby.
Right, I would never commit murder.
Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do.
Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there were androids?
Well, no, these aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up.
That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems?
And the interesting line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model.
Can you lift a car or something, Sarah?
Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity.
David, what the
Strong.
fuck were you doing with this thing?
Well, obviously, he wanted her to lift cars.
Like, he made a superhero, basically. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah.
was going on here.
Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top.
Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression?
And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right.
Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when?
Ah, right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
The record's been wiped. Dun dun dun!
The editing logs have been purged.
Dun dun dun!
You're having so much fun.
That doesn't sound very about the board.
Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when.
Any chance you can restore those logs?
Not here. Not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be?
I'm not telling you. Sarah?
I cannot answer that question with any accuracy.
Had a feeling you might say that. That's right.
Sorry. I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Ashore, whoever, took very different paths to get there.
So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside?
Sorry, I didn't expect to hit a dead end here.
Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done?
Yeah, no problem. We got the software and forums all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know?
Oven? Gross.
Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit?
Sign the adoption papers.
She is.
As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility.
Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like.
Your name will be Pookie.
I
Snugglekins.
don't want that.
Snugglekins.
I do not like these names.
Yamato? Well, actually, never mind. Sarah will do fine.
Yeah, don't question the robot that can push the car. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of the quirks.
Woof, that's such a question to ask somebody about a living thing. Not right now.
The last thing then is the grading.
Rating.
I'm reading 23 tenants here, nothing too far out of the ordinary.
23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that.
Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenants total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and the first lawsuits, then the hearings, and the legislator.
And the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite.
Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force.
You sound like you don't approve.
I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of loaded, hard-coded decision points to get there, I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using the tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic.
He actually cares about the craft of it. For a
This is his
corporate
job.
stooge, this guy isn't that bad.
Well, not like I was on the jury. Yeah.
Department of Advanced Defense Projects v. Zenith Dynamics. I pronounced it wrong. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist.
Funny.
Yo, hi!
What?
Thank you for raiding Mamechi. We are in the middle of the first chapter of the Devil, or second chapter. This is so complicated with the chapter 0 thing.
It's episode 1.
It's episode 1. That's your line, River.
It's funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. The only thing left is the evaluation.
What gets evaluated?
Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this.
Oh, this thing is about to be the most expensive robot on the planet.
Yep. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but...
I mean, this is like Albert Einstein's personal robot. So, like, it's gonna be valuable.
Yeah.
What price
Let's
could they have
put a price.
possibly... That's a lot of digits.
You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even.
I respect that creative choice to
What?
not actually put a monetary value on it. I respect that a lot, actually.
Just say a lot of digits. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
No
Yeah.
number you could
It's
put
more
would ever
than
be as
2.
meaningful as a lot.
Yeah.
If Sarah's really David's last and
Well-
greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number...
Specifically the putting a price on a person thing.
Right.
the
Totals to a very large
$1 billion.
sum.
Definitely more than 350. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess.
You spoke differently back there.
Hmm?
With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed.
Where are we right now? Like I copied his accent?
You seem to mirror his affect, his tone.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
There's an elevator?
Feels like it.
You can choose those to keep to you can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required.
Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai?
For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
An android can make decisions. People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit.
I did no such... Molly?
Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
They can just stop your fucking elevator and tell you to go somewhere else, for fuck's sake. Who's asking?
Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young.
I'm betting all of my fucking money that this is the guest he had in his apartment who did not want to be named on the fucking autopsy. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening to move. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up.
I'll redirect your elevator now.
Taking control of your elevator is very
Convenient?
forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
As if. More like they are. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't be a bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. That's scary. That's a scary thought. Oof. They'd get away with it too. They'd be like, oh, it was an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Nova Electronics Northeastern HQ. Executive Office. Jung. Hello, Silhouette. Who is this? Who's voicing this character?
Ooh.
Sophia? I'm asking you.
I shall. Yeah,
No,
I'll take it.
I'm asking who you had planned.
Oh, I mean, again, during the preview of this episode at the end of the very first stream, you said that this was a me character.
Then go ahead.
All right.
Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Silence is only awkward if you care. I could ignore social cues all day long. I'm not autistic.
I always liked this time of day.
Not too muggy for you?
No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me.
What is this accent you're doing?
I don't know.
I like it.
I love it.
Theo?
Keep it up, it's good. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year.
As the air quality drops? Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill.
It's like Australian or British or something.
I'm going Australian. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here.
The fact that so many characters are modded really makes it stand out when one character isn't. I'm seeing no prosthetics whatsoever on this character. Dr. Jung.
Just Miss is fine.
Miss Jung? I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here just to talk about the weather. Did you get a log? You did. That is not an accurate weight. I don't buy that shit. Then again, she's pretty short. I don't know.
She is.
Occupation, Vice President of Android Futures at Nova Electronics. That's a job description, or like she's the vice president
Yeah?
of the company?
No, she's of Android Futures. That's a subdivision.
I'm confused. Likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Likes to do everything in person, I guess. Languages, fluent in 3. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Now, is that because she's motherly or because she's scary?
Both?
It could be both.
Miss Young, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather.
No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years.
Yes, we did. But as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help?
She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great. But that made me... Need some water.
Take a breather, take a breather.
He was great. But that must mean you know why I'm here.
I don't want to make assumptions.
No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to.
Yes, the lawyers made all that very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours.
You can tell that quickly? Got all the phases memorized?
It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes?
If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently.
David asked you to take it? Huh? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already.
The police gave me full access to the scene.
Then you know that he wasn't alone last night.
Yeah, I assume it was you. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services after he fainted.
I was that witness.
I knew that. I figured.
What?
I'm smart. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person. Let alone welcoming him in... I got excited. Let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior, on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know that we're having this conversation?
Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak.
I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape you or lawyers painstakingly hid you behind?
Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion.
Loves metaphor, this one. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the greatest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen.
Touché.
And...
So, perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well.
You're doing this for my sake.
No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic.
If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went into his home last night?
Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly.
He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together? Why the late call, in person?
We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens. So I visited, and he let me in, and we talked.
About?
The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna... Yep. How long ago was that?
7 or 8 years ago?
Miss Young.
Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later... that he would be dead? That he would commit suicide in front of me.
She's looking like a fucking suspicious-ass bitch right now. A firm reply. What happened?
Yes, a quarter before 8, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle.
Note that his workshop, like the workshop and the basement, on that route is where the 3D printer is, with the poisonous nano machine thing.
Yeah.
I checked some messages in the meantime. Enjoy the view.
In other words, she stayed on camera.
He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep.
You tried to wake him?
He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system.
Didn't think to use your phone?
No. I suppose I didn't.
That's suspicious as fuck. Who wouldn't use their phone first of all? Like, that's the first... I wouldn't even know where to find another phone.
But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp.
My phone. My phone's telling me that it sounds like a painkiller. Excuse me.
Good call. For your shoulder?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Very cool.
Rather, it's telling me to take 4 painkillers. 2 ibuprofen, 2 paracetamols.
Good heavens.
There's the ibuprofen. Where did I put the paracetamols? Are they... get a box from the kitchen.
Really
I do
funny
love the chubby
freeze frame.
Yeah, the
Really
cheeks
funny
are
frame.
so good.
Oh,
You guys making fun of me? What's going on over there?
no.
Nothing.
cute,
Don't worry
Demily.
about it.
Nothing.
Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
Don't play it back. It's fine. You'll just get embarrassed.
Someone take a picture for me. Okay.
Okay. I'll take a
Oh
picture.
heck yeah, now that I'm all caught up on episode 1 I get to look for foreshadowing.
Thank you for subscribing, Rado. Rado? I'm gonna assume Rado. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. I took a picture, Emily.
I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could.
The floor.
He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived.
You went with him to the hospital, I take it?
Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen.
I feel like she's very obviously suspicious, which maybe makes it too easy, and it's probably not her. But they might also just be playing it straight with the first case. I don't know.
Which came back clean.
So did David's, for all the good it did him.
I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point. But I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do.
You seem certain that it was suicide.
Yes.
Why?
As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop.
So whose whiskey spill is this? Is this yours? Did you get up in a hurry? David's cup is the one that got knocked over. So that doesn't seem true, ma'am. Ma'am?
It's an
No
inconsistency.
contradiction.
Your cup is still upright. It was his cup that got knocked over and made the spill. I don't fucking believe you right now.
Does that sound like David Ashur to you?
Curious, restless, perfectionist, David? No. I guess it doesn't. Oh my god, so many options.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope
I'm
this
waiting.
voice isn't hard
Let's
on your
dance.
throat, so...
Quite the opposite. This is easier than Sarah for me.
Really? Okay. You said CCE Standard Operating
Famous
Procedure
British,
a moment ago. What is that?
CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand?
Understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned?
They give us all kinds of CECE training. Subtly, of course. Usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations.
They train you to expect you to get murdered at these leadership workshops?
Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant.
That's smart. Like sniper purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. Why would you know that?
That's terrible! Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources.
Jesus Christ, Sarah, why did you know that?
How do you know that, Sarah?
That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady? Or become our mole, and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks.
Damn, okay. That's a nasty piece of work.
It's a nasty line of work. Consulting.
I'm sorry?
That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV.
I put contract operative. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually...
It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting?
How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do you people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack?
Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming.
Counter-corporate espionage, a playbook for aggressive defensive tactics for everything from public... Okay, it's just putting in the log that anyone highly trained like David or Helen would know what CCE is. So that's probably going to come up at some point.
And they'd have probably struck first.
Well, yes. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups?
There's a story there.
Snake, remember the basics of CCE.
David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances.
Nostalgic, were you?
Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was...
Inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular.
You don't mince words. We didn't either, back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating.
The two of them made the 1-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself.
We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7:00 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures.
That was a really good line read, wow.
Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says... River?
The president lives on the other side of the globe. We still got all night until his end of day.
We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted and...
Second.
But together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So, David asks if I've got anything to drink.
Sarah, is this your mom? Is this your fucking
I
mom,
don't
Sarah?
Why would I know that? I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he says he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. He says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast.
He looks so femme to me. Like,
Oh no, I see it.
come on.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
I've dated like 3 T-girls that look like that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Yeah, do you want to elaborate on that,
No,
or?
no, I'm good.
Cute. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell.
Sarah, your dad looks GNC as fuck.
You're insane.
Sounds like a good memory.
Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual.
Hmm. Okay. A lot of evidence in this fucking case.
Oh yeah. Remember, they only give you a couple at a time to choose from.
Yeah.
So, I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup.
Right, so we know it's hers now.
It was ceremony for us.
As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you?
That's correct.
Didn't you join the company at around the same time?
David was always more interested in his work than he was climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game.
So was he unpopular around here?
Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Ashur. Misunderstood, perhaps.
How so?
Well, he could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be. It's just... not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did.
Even with the whole company having those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David? Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So would you say that his work-life balance was...
Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company.
Fuck off, dude.
Gross.
Hate you.
Have you seen
I hate
Severance,
you
by the
so
way?
much.
Yes.
What do you think?
Oh, that was in character. Jung has seen Severance. She didn't get it.
Yeah, okay. No, she wouldn't. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? So was he in harmony?
No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject.
Right.
What do you mean?
I'm like looking at her figure with her like super spindly forearms and the... I mean, her butt's sticking out, but... I don't know. She's got a weird frame. Like next to Morgan was a very realistic body type, giant tits. But aside from that, she stands out as kind of, I want to say crane-like. She looks like a bird.
Yeah,
I
Probably
feel that.
a good way to put it. I see it too.
I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings.
Does that have to do with the favor?
Scandalous.
Scandalous? Why would that be scandalous?
Dates. She was talking about dates.
Double booking. As in, like, he dated one woman and then, like, would accept a date from another woman and then he'd forget that he was supposed to go see the
Oh.
other woman and that kind of thing.
David, whoa.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, a little bit of a
David,
two-timer. A
dog.
little bit of a
I'm
two-timer.
learning something about David right now. Really?
So am I.
Interesting.
Father was the greatest programmer of our time and a whore.
Everyone wanted his pussy. The A16 only entered production this year, correct?
Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday, and we began shipping in the first quarter.
It's June now, so 3 months to 6 months. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids.
I played my part
David made a
supervising
lot
the
of people
launch.
call him
Yes.
daddy, it seems.
Calm down. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts?
I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago.
Years ago. Years is very funny in this accent.
At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it.
Took the reins?
He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters,
Exhaustion parameters. What does that mean?
and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible.
David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles in the A14 or A15?
No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far.
Trying to put the pieces together here. Why would David Ashore suddenly swerve into full-on robotics while before just being a programmer? And then the result is this super-powered android girl, who I have noticed has his exact same hair color and skin tone. Was this his way of making a daughter? Like having a kid?
I got it. He's a big fan of My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Sure.
But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes.
Sounds like research for making her.
Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead.
Just like that.
Just like that?
So he just applied himself as soon as he was leading other departments? Pulled himself up by his bootstraps, so to speak?
That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Ashur was.
Maybe they weren't paying him enough.
The company profited the most, of course. But the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years.
Sarah. So this android, Sarah.
Hmm?
Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from.
It's not in any of our systems?
I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or Did David ever
Take your
talk
time.
to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him, frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me?
Everyone above was untrustworthy, everyone below was incompetent. Great situation to be in.
No, never.
Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card?
The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Ashur. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom.
So he used personal funds to make a robot daughter. I'm trying to figure out his motivations. Like, is it just fatherly instinct, wanting to have a kid? Was he infertile? I don't know. I need something here.
You have a mailroom?
Okay.
Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech.
Damn.
He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. but no one would deny Dr. David Ashur information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself.
I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal? Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret?
I don't know. But he was private, and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results.
I can't believe that. She worships him.
He's standing right there.
There was clearly like a father-daughter thing going on there. It was a little weird, but this is clearly a very genuine relationship they had.
No, perhaps you're a failure and your father doesn't love you.
Okay. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. This money? Yeah, everything. Her timeline of events. Got it. Good. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you.
A difficult day for all of us.
A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news.
Oh boy.
Are you really going to take this to court?
That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of.
And is that what you believe?
Irrelevant.
That he didn't commit suicide?
Not the point. I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Still the same day. That's crazy to me.
Crazy day.
It's all been one day. Would you kindly slow the hell down?
I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you?
That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different.
Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zheng Zhao?
The trial is at 6.
The lack of hesitation in the pronunciation was intimidating.
I know like a tiny bit of Chinese.
That's Chinese?
you're
What does it
practicing
mean?
I couldn't tell. All I know how to say in Chinese is 对不起，我的中文很不好，我不知道你说什么, which translates to, sorry, my Chinese sucks. I don't know what you're saying.
Hi. Just let me
That's
catch my
Japanese.
breath for a minute.
Adonai, is it possible that you are
Weak? A loser?
out of shape?
No.
But since we left the cab, your heart rate has...
I'm not wearing the right clothes. I do my murdering in better outfits and a sports bra.
Didn't she wear that same thing?
Don't worry about it. Or the right shoes.
Is that so?
Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp?
You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we had to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back there?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber. I love when she gets annoyed and starts arguing like
So
she's in
fun.
court. Like
Sun was in my eye. Controller was broken.
my little brother was on the controller. I was using a Wiimote steering wheel. I'm using tilt controls. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected him to bring me to someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne, flute, and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town.
It should be in view if we turn... Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray. And it's bearing its fangs, too. It could be carrying diseases. You should...
Relax.
Adonai, it's growling.
It's not growling at me. See?
So, it's just me that it doesn't like.
Too much static.
How'd you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
Yeah, her name is Sarah. No, never have.
Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you.
But
You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Look at my giant boobs in this shot. Jesus Christ. Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have Android anxiety?
it's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have been rarely addressed by other people, other than you.
Yeah, because they don't see you as a person. In other words, you're shy.
That is not what I... Can I try petting it?
There's no law against it. Cute scene. Ultraviolets. That's a good name for a bar.
This is the establishment.
Is that the fucking Tory gate?
Yeah.
Oh, it sure is.
Okay. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as friend claims.
Do you think
It's
Father was
interesting
close
that
with this
Morgan
man?
also didn't
This
see
man
her
who
as
you've
a
never
person
met?
initially, but still talked to her like one.
Yeah. She's very intuitive, I want to say. Like, she sees Sarah acting like a person and starts acting like she is a person. Like
That
her-
mirroring thing.
Yeah, she picks up on people's behavior and matches it. So in the same way, Sarah is so lifelike that it applies there. I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. This music is immediately messing with my brain. Is that weird? I don't
No,
go
I
to
think
clubs.
that's
Designed to be.
I don't do well in clubs.
You're not busting down in the club. Sexual style
She
anyway.
should be at the...
I should not. I should be at the
She should have been
library.
at the
I
coffee
should
shop.
I should be laying on the grass reading a book. I
have
had
a
some
library
help
card?
making that deduction. Friends saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But friend also saw a phone call between the two last night.
So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together?
That's a
Yes.
crazy conclusion to draw of 2 data points. That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about.
Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only set...
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me.
Man.
You are too young lady. You are a 3 years old young lady. I am not talking about sex with you.
Did you catch the killer yet?
No.
What the hell? I sent you his position.
I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now.
Lame.
Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Assure a corporate sellout in your eyes?
Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Assure gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect.
That's almost sweet. I think.
Assure started out working in Q. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something.
You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies?
Eat this analogy. I have no idea what that says. Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger.
I take it Cube is a programming language? What's special about it?
Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based.
Ugh,
You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected.
I hate that.
So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your error gets reported to you automatically.
But not Cube. Everything being programmed with the assumption of internet connection is a nightmare in my brain. I hate that. I hate that immediately.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Thanks, Yoshi P.
You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient.
How rugged. I like it a little more rugged than you.
Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s.
I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something.
Vague.
Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never
Damn.
asked.
What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai?
Look at her eyes.
He's so excited.
Not telling.
Aww.
I mean, clearly over there is a person. But let's inspect. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's more or less on equal footing, dancing in the dark. Once you get past the bouncer.
Do you think they might have met here?
David and Porter? I can't see David walking
Ladies
in
and
here.
gentlemen, it's the demilypyro show.
Because
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. We'll be right back.
Thank you for the Eric Andre show reference. Is that show still on? Is that show ongoing?
I think so, yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
I kind of lost track after the whole Helen Burris landlord thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I can't see David walking in here.
Because you found the walk so challenging?
Because it's too loud to relax and not dark enough to be anonymous.
I see.
What's that face? You got an opinion to share?
The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite...
I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like?
early 21st century punk rock.
Oh, she's amazing! I love her! I'm high-fiving her mentally.
Said that very fast.
She liked me for real.
Oh.
Is that just you, or does that go for all androids?
I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them.
That's fair. Wonder what they'd say.
If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock.
When did you have time to listen to punk rock? When did you do that? Did David assure like punk rock? Did he show you punk rock? Did he play Red Hot Chili Peppers for you? What happened? Debate settled. All right. Is that everything I can? Oh. There we go. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Oh, this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. The only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste in the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things?
Yes, I can.
Good for you. What, like android food?
There is no such product.
So what do androids eat?
Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes.
Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety.
According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term.
Sorry, I just imagine my phone dying, but it's my arm.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
That does happen.
Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? Are you a puppy girl?
No, it is not like dog food at all.
Okay, excuse me. Can you buy it from the pet store?
It seems that you can.
Why?
Oh my god.
How is this something you have to look up anyway?
Because I've always just eaten whatever father gives me.
Like punk rock. Like what?
Marbled beef, never hydroponic avocados, foie gras,
Really? Foie gras?
What's foie gras again?
Duck.
goose.
Really?
Oh, it's goose? I thought it was duck.
What's a
Very
marbled
fancy
beef?
goose.
What's marbled mean?
Very fancy, very fancy.
Okay.
Oh, like Wagyu steak?
You mean wagyu?
Wagyu?
Somebody read it, Molly.
Yeah, Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term, or terms like it, on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers, where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output.
Oh boy.
Non-GMO.
I don't think we read this.
Yeah. Cube was a Tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics. Intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments, its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always-online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosu Fluff,
Rosé Fluff.
I believe,
Rosé.
Rosé Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities and third world countries, where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades, as regional conflicts would continue.
No shit.
Infamously, Contra fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did.
Every so often, this game will just shove some random lore in your face. I don't.
Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. Because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net, and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it.
There is so much lore in this one paragraph.
Game's really good.
Also, note
We
the
have-
old net.
Yeah, we have new net now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right.
That sort of thing.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
Brain working.
Did it say Sarah's programming in Cube?
It did not, but
Something about David knew Cube.
Yes.
Yes, but Sarah was programmed in tests.
Okay, we know that for a fact.
That's what Dawes said.
Okay, so it's no.
We know she has 26 tenets,
Right, so she is tenet based. Okay.
but I like what you're thinking.
Yeah. I am not paying for any of that. You are getting hot dogs, you are getting ramen and hamburgers like a normal shrine maiden.
Oh boy, hamburgers.
I love hot dogs.
That can't be good for her internal systems.
It's fine. What kind of reading material gets left out of the club? A tabloid interview?
Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited.
Yeah.
Now, get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's been called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the world's most beautiful woman in the... Oh, sorry, the most beautiful woman in the world. Blah, 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 blah. Why the name?
People
should
think... I'll do it.
Yeah.
People think it's just an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when it was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't chase it without setting their stock market into a spin, so...
You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price.
That's crazy.
Why?
Yay! I'm happy for them, of course. To be honest, it's a pain at times like this.
She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts, with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way?
Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house.
Does it stress you, all that attention?
Dress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine is flawless.
Can't argue with that. So, do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share?
Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keeps you young.
And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know.
18 to 29, now and forever.
Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry, log in below so you can read the rest. Quickly, time is running out.
Princess behavior.
FOMO, FOMO, FOMO.
I like her style. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. I'm gay. In the meantime, she's...
Honestly, I could argue either
Yeah,
way.
it could go either way, really. I mean, she could
Powerful.
fuck up the entire stock market whenever she wants.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna
I think
say
powerful actually
Powerful.
is the way to go.
Some rises are too meteoric for even the MIGs to grab their reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at their mercy. She can send their stocks into a disarray with one selfie. Good for her.
Honestly, it could be either way.
Yeah. Who's voicing this?
That's me.
That's you? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Looks like it's killing time before a set tonight.
Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai?
I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it straight. Isaac
You're
Porter.
not straight. What's up?
My name's Morgan. That was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk?
I'll be right back.
Depends.
A second.
Were you a friend from work?
No.
Over here.
Thanks, Isaac.
Oh, the music got quieter.
Isaac Porter. Pretty tall. Not that heavy. Occupation musician, bassist. Likes itineraries, grilling, and champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, and ads. He's racist against robots. The best at gift giving. The worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote. I don't do requests. I will not fucking play Wonderwall for you. Fuck off.
Fucking hate Wonderwall.
Thanks, Isaac.
Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend?
You need to speak up a little bit.
Oh,
I'm a
sorry.
defense attorney.
Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah?
And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday.
Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else. Friendly lawyer? I haven't seen him in weeks.
I'm back.
You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died.
Oh, the hell?
Isaac? It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't you cut to the chase? Why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy.
Fine.
Sarah?
Yes, Adonai?
The hell? Is that thing transmitting?
I am not streaming any data, no.
Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. Or one more person Data was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything from the court.
Fine.
You two were together, is that correct?
We were together. I ended it.
Oh, like, gay? Like, together? Okay.
Yes. We were
Alright.
gay.
Alright, sorry.
That still exists in 2086.
I wasn't picking up on that. I'm sorry. He didn't seem like a very social person, so it surprised me that he... I don't know.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Huh.
Whoa, he's bisexual. I didn't know that.
Yeah, alright.
Yesterday.
Oof. Care to elaborate?
On our entire relationship?
Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get on the record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs from the next 3 months.
We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and then his single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it in 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there for the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why did he insist on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in, at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music.
Okay.
Aw, he's
Okay.
kind of got game.
Alright, he's got game.
He's got some game. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute, early on. Him being so passionate about the work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked the way we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature, or whatever.
Until?
There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were.
Is this Doom Diawi?
And how I ranked them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice. If he'd miss me. Testing him. Like, that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Because he was never invested enough to bother.
Sarah,
Yeah.
this seems inappropriate for you to be here.
It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still, I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't. So I ended it.
Last night?
I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or that or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Ashore.
And what did he say?
He apologized.
Oof.
And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him.
Aw, David.
Before we get too far away from it, I do want to point out that might well mean he was expecting a phone call.
From someone else. Doesn't say what time he called.
He answered first ring.
Yeah, but it doesn't say what time it was.
It's probably like before.
One moment.
Maybe like 5 p.m.
One moment. That's not it. No mention of him answering a phone at any point.
We might get that information here.
Yeah,
Must have been before Yoon came into the picture, at least.
maybe. Woof.
I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. Yet made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean. Ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't.
2 hours, huh?
The hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the ice of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline, or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much.
It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide.
You serious?
You don't have all the facts.
And you do? Any one of them point to anything else?
We've got a lot of circumstantial evidence, but nothing really contradicting the theory so far.
Thought so.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it.
That's it? No summons?
The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that.
Or, huh?
Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive.
Yeah. Thanks.
Any punk rock in there?
And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think...
What the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first? Butcher them before shitting them back out?
Is that a commentary on AI art?
Just about, yes.
I was not trained on any data sets that.
Yes, sure enough.
Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Now you follow your own standard because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century.
Holy shit. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell is that about?
He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century.
Not that. Why'd you talk to him?
I wanted to. I just felt that I should say something to him.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue.
Ugh.
I like corn syrup.
Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Yeah, I mean, I've been reading so many books about social cues and stuff. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Not helping your case there, Morgan. Come on, there's not much time left.
Is there still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find that at this point.
Back
Very
to the
lengthy
house.
investigation sequence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of game in this game.
Like, if this were Ace Attorney, we'd have been to the court like twice by now.
Yeah?
If my presumed timeline of like 6 gameplay hours left is correct, then I don't know how the fuck this is gonna go.
Let it happen.
Alright. Noble Employee Housing Building
Platea.
Platea. Basement. The
basement.
What you said.
Are you sure you don't want another look at the crime scene?
I'm out of time. Gotta approach this from another angle.
The other angle?
You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen mystery films.
That's right, she's a
Functional phone,
cinephile.
Game of Shadows.
I'm not a big fan of Knives Out. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Ashore?
Poison.
10 points.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
And how do we know that? 1 second. Shit. And how do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds.
And if he had inhaled it?
Inhaled it? Why?
Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
The inhalers have been mentioned several times. I don't think it was ever mentioned that David used one.
No. There was the implication that he could keep going, and no matter how many inhalers other people took, they couldn't keep up with him.
Yeah.
But that doesn't preclude him using one.
Plus, there's the implication that David and Jung are from after the time where inhalers, from before the time when inhalers became
That's
commonplace
true,
anyways.
because they're they're recently, relatively recent. We know that. Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible. But highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. and no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left with is oral intake.
Eliminating the impossible.
Sherlock Holmes shit.
What's next, Adonai?
Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular systems or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in the food or drink in his home.
Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive.
Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned.
That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide.
Just checking some stuff. David's cup. Inconclusive. Whiskey was drunk or evaporated. What about the spill? After evaporating for most of the night, little of the test, no foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inconclusive. Which sounds to me equally inconclusive as the other tests. Yeah.
So, why are we down here?
Minus 10 points.
No, back to 0?
David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story.
So, we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar?
Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet?
The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again.
But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to...
If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself.
He wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera?
From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar.
I will be right back. I need to fill my water bottle.
I'll be back too. I gotta use the bathroom.
Oh my god, the faces just get better
Yes.
and better.
Yes. I just want to pinch her little cheeks.
Yeah. Do you get cuteness aggression towards VTuber models?
Do I get cuteness aggression? Like in general, yes. Toward VTuber models, not typically. I don't know, I am making kind of a special exception in this case.
For your girlfriend, naturally.
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 Sorry, just with the tail and everything. It's really funny.
It's like
It's
she
like-
splatted up against a window.
Yeah, like there's that moment in like that DreamWorks animated movie where like the character gets like
What
And
a
it's just a-
specific thing to say, and yet I understand thoroughly.
yeah, and she just sort of like slowly slides down the window pane with like that squeaking noise. I see it, I see it.
Oh man, I'm so excited to have leftover chicken tenders for dinner.
What am I doing for dinner? Shit. Probably just rice and sausage. That'll be alright.
That's good though.
Yeah, no, it's good. Not quite as up on the meal planning as you are, I suppose. I don't have the reputation.
That's okay. It means that there's no pressure upon you.
That's true. I can live freely. I can make shitty meals if I want.
Is it power or weakness to have a reputation?
Well, according to the questionnaire that we just answered about that one pop star, I guess it's power, but, perspective.
I don't know if I agree.
Yeah. Do you happen to know, by the way, because I was wondering, it seems like those multiple choice reading comprehension quizzes could potentially reward you for either answer.
Um, nothing. You don't lose. Most of them have a correct and incorrect answer. You don't ever lose chips for an incorrect answer. You just miss out on a chance to gain chips, and Morgan hastily corrects herself.
I see, I see. Interesting. So we haven't had that yet then.
No?
Because I'm
Well,
smart
while
as
we have a
fuck.
pause.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
While we have a pause, I have images to share.
You have images to share?
Yeah, so
Oh
I'm putting
boy,
in the group chat.
I love
There's-
images.
What are we talking
There's
about?
image 1,
Ooh.
and there's image 2. Which do you think is better?
I
Oh,
like
they're
image
both
1.
so good.
I like 1.
I like 1.
Is my
I like
favorite.
1. 1 is good.
Yeah.
One,
No, it's
one.
Fran.
It's 1.
Gotta
It's gotta
be
be Fran. Oh, come on.
I was hoping you would pick that because I really wanted to wear Coochie.
Well, you can just say you want this one. You don't have to rely on us.
Like, don't get me wrong.
Well, no, you said like Fran or London, and I'm like, actually, I kind of like London's outfit too. So I'm like, let me see how I look in both.
Yeah,
Like, I love
yeah.
what you did. I love what you did with the eye bags for London.
And can we focus? Get back to it.
I have my bags.
Yeah.
Let's get into it.
All right. Did you read this one already?
I did.
Okay. Well, excuse me, princess.
We're asking a question.
Here we go. So if he had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time,
He would have a perfect alibi for the crime.
proving his innocence.
But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here.
I think there are.
What do you mean?
This whole building is coated head to toe in penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plugged into penumbra. Except that.
That panel is...
Manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Robert David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse.
I've never given it much thought.
Well, it's been bothering me all day. I just didn't mention it in my internal monologue so that, the audience could figure it out for themselves. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall.
You mean...
Signal hijacking, or whatever you call it. Have you tried it before?
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually I can. Probably can, now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this... Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purposes of record keeping? Yes.
If you...
I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them, embedded in the room's walls and ceilings.
Are you guys hearing that noise? Is that just me?
Not hearing anything.
Not
I'm hearing
hearing
a plane
anything.
outside my window.
Excuse me, I think it's my PC, actually.
Oh, is it cooking?
I don't know, the fan's making a weird noise. I don't think it's picking up on the mic, so I think it's fine.
Shoot it.
As you theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building.
No, it is picking up the mic, apparently.
I can hear it.
I'm gonna need to dust it tomorrow.
Shoot it.
Where are they feeding to if not the Pretender system?
Behind my hibernation unit.
False wall in the back of a safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home?
You doing
You
okay
should
there,
feed your
Emily?
PC some burgers to quiet down.
Oh,
Technical difficulties, it would seem.
Yeah, I can't get it to shut up.
ow.
Darn.
Yeah, you can't pick up on the mic if that's any. if
Beats
that's
me.
anything.
He was brilliant and we're a little odd. Throw in a little money and 1 second.
Yeah, you're good. You're off your rhythm a little bit right now.
Throw in a little money and Odd becomes eccentric.
I see. I think?
I don't. What the hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for? I'm short. Gather facts now, leave the interpretation for later. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health.
And he would never lie. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its
What the
aftermath.
fuck is
Was
happening?
Father swole?
Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time.
What the fuck?
Okay.
A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Donkey Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive, dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there.
What?
Is
Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder.
What
is this
the
the fucking?
hell?
Hold on, was this the thing that JoJo referenced for Diavolo?
Maybe.
It was plurality.
Yeah.
Are they going to do a Jekyll and Hyde thing here? What's happening right now?
That's right, the man had a split personality.
I don't think that gives you muscles.
And
Don't.
so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength.
That's not a thing.
So
It
be
is a thing.
careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the net.
No.
Oh, you just shattered her dreams.
Oh my god.
I thought Father was swole.
What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before.
Why you say it like that?
You said it very weird.
Might want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack must have just been created during my most recent hibernation.
So, less than 3 days ago? How? Did David ever wait? A bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Sarah, how heavy are you again? Is that in my profile? She is very heavy.
Heavy.
Was she being transported? Or maybe one of the weights in the room? Something's going on.
Yeah.
That's gonna be relevant in some kind of way. So is that the original?
It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine.
At least it didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger.
I could interpret the blue and red as like the opposing forces of maybe Emma and Morgan, or perhaps Morgan and Sarah.
I think.
Okay. Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry. You're in our age, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically.
But that went a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder.
There's something I'm kind of not understanding, actually.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah?
They said that David Assure was, like, taking those classes or whatever, or sitting in on meetings
Yeah.
at the Corpo, like, from 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm. 3 years ago.
But she was on 3 years ago, so it only took him a year to put...
That will be the timeline of
Her-
events, yeah.
Yeah. Does that seem fast, or... I don't know.
It
Maybe
definitely
I'm just...
does seem fast, but this guy was
It
supposed to be a
definitely seems
genius,
fast.
so...
Yeah.
I don't know if we can really assign human learning speeds to this guy.
This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder.
You had to put it in there, didn't you? You had to put a fucking stepladder joke in there, didn't you? You fucking hacks.
I don't get it.
It's a recurring joke in Ace Attorney.
Oh, I
In Ace
see.
Attorney, every single game, the assistant character has to do a stepladder joke. Every single time.
Mm,
I don't ask me why. It's just kind of a thing that happened and kept returning.
okay. Sorry, I was writing up notes on Sarah as to what I think is going on, but I'm gonna save that for maybe later.
Actually, it's a ladder joke.
Whatever.
Yeah, you have to stop judging based on narrow-minded cultural preconceptions. Is that the
Yeah,
line?
yeah.
Oh well.
What?
Remember, a ladder extends, but a stepladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know the distinction.
I bet my life savings that the subject will never come up again, ever. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
One moment. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Okay. Why?
It is a Tethys Basics Sturdy Cure.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
No way in, no way out. The hell am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
But you're not hibernating anymore. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open?
It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? I mean, the obvious answer would be... more...
M-O-R-G... Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai.
Also
I'm so
6
glad they put that
characters.
detail in there.
I just wanted to see what would happen.
Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it.
Hmm.
Was there some word that only the two of you knew?
Yeah.
A nickname?
Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. But not everyone.
You try fucker.
Trying to remember if there are any nicknames in the dialogue so far.
Try Demily.
Heartbreak
Gamble?
Killer? Killer?
Emily.
No dice.
Could it be your birthday? Or his?
If David set the password or something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him.
As you say, Adonai.
Oh,
Yeah, they want you to try Adonai.
yeah. No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact.
It's opening. What was the password, Adonai?
I figured it out before you said it. For the record.
Yes, Emily.
You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here, and it all makes sense. It's a panic room.
Scary.
A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints.
So, when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives,
Someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality.
I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates.
You mean you can smell?
Better than any human, and some canines.
Okay, puppy girl, I got it. So does it smell stale in here to you?
Stale?
It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer.
You don't think the console is password protected?
The whole room is password protected. 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good. It's already signed in.
You're looking for the camera footage?
1 second. There's that. I'd also set up for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, use search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices.
I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m.
You were asleep then. But the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then.
Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double clicking.
I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted.
Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brain on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a back door I could bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool.
Of course.
This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. If David Assure hand-wrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could. Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adonai,
Can you break its encryption, yes or no?
with enough time,
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours.
It's a 4-hour window.
But no matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Okay, Sarah, you're very cute. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head?
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head.
Damn! Okay. Savage.
I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I have to keep that in mind. Alright, can I take the show on the road? Or do we have to rip the computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. He did also provide a literal code cracker robot, so I feel like this is an obvious key lock situation.
One of those book titles say workaholic.
I didn't see it. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar? His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. I can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Assure's identity. And then here at the bottom, a binder. Okay, a binder of folders. Got it. Novus logo on the front, in the middle.
Not transgender yet.
Enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. Do you guys have your birth certificate in your house?
Not at my house, no. I keep it at home.
I have mine altered, so, you know, I have a copy.
Thanks.
They're masking it in legalese, even on the... Did I read it? Or did I just press it? Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. Fuck. Phone books and period pieces is fucking driving me insane. They're masking it in legalese, even on the table of contents. But basically, this is his employment contract. Oh, shit. Oops. A binder containing the full text of David Assure's employment contract with Noble Electronics. Details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations will be handled. Not a light read. Hold on to this for me.
It must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Was there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corneal murder mystery.
A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of...
I love that Sarah likes all the things I like. There is something else. Your papers.
That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah.
It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a little more concrete than Starling's word now. Written document telling that Evangeline Morgan is to be given absolute ownership of the android Sarah, effective immediately. Signed and dated by David Assure over 2 weeks ago. A tax-free transaction, unfortunately. Fortunately. Yeah, thank God. Could you imagine? Jesus Christ.
Nightmare.
Woof.
Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not if people realize how precious you are. Aww. I meant monetarily, Sarah.
Oh.
Don't tell her that.
Don't, she's going to. The second I click back into this window, she's going to tell her. One moment. As a collector's item.
Oh my god.
We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Nova could have easily argued that you fell under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this.
It's good that you do, then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah. This could be a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You can at least pick a charitable institution.
Fucked up. Donating her is one thing, but to a for-profit college is crazy.
Gonna donate you to Yale.
It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts every time.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
Nightmare. You can cheer up in the car. Hey, let's arrive for the courthouse. Priority.
There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation.
That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Christ.
I'll prepare on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
You know, I think I got something cooking. I don't know if it's any.
Alright.
I might be off. I might be way off, but I'm
Heads
cooking a
up.
little something.
Heads up that we are just about to reach the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to, like, you know, personally, I'm doing fine stamina-wise.
I could go another hour or more, personally. But I'm looking at you two. You three.
I'm good.
I'm game. I don't know.
I'm game.
River?
I'm good. Yeah.
Alright, sweet.
Let's
I
go.
wasn't done.
You want more?
We
Does
all
it
want
excite
more.
you? Going into courtrooms?
What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses?
Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. Though, it would be nice if it were.
What's your deal, anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it.
Fascinating. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick, anyway?
What do I get?
Why do you do it? What's your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
Jesus.
I like the performances.
Fascinating answer. The art of acting compels her. That is such an interesting response for an
You're a big fan
android
of
to
Chris
give.
Evans.
Like the act of playing a character for the service of a story is something that I find very interesting. So for her to say that's what she likes it's tickling my brain. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man.
Okay.
But it's not the actors that I like so much as their performance.
Hmm.
The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and
Look what you did, David. Look what you did to this robot, David. You gave her autism.
Autism.
I often struggle to grasp them.
Hmm.
You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you, except your attention. You can't disappoint them, or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember. This game is extremely good. This game is so good.
I want to see so much of it.
It pains me that most games aren't this good. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Could you imagine
No,
a
I
world
follow.
where I could enjoy a game this good all the time? Ugh. Mm.
That's what makes it all the more special.
As someone who lives
Right.
for this art form, I will take a bullet for this project. Ah. I will make it my mission to make sure this game succeeds.
Ride or die.
Stay building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building, really the best way to describe these towers. All-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android into my lab either. Still the same day, that's crazy.
All of this has been one day.
That's insane. Like at least Phoenix Wright got to sleep.
Well, Phoenix Wright didn't have inhalers.
Yeah. I could just walk in there and concede. Then we'll be irritated and more than a little confused. But I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory.
Okay.
But
Really quickly. I do want to pitch my idea now.
But I haven't done that.
All right.
Please let me finish my
Because-
fucking line read. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. We've learned that we can reset the android's memory.
Yes.
We've also learned that David inherited this place from a previous executive. I don't think David built Sarah.
You think David
Sarah
found
looks
Sarah?
exactly like him.
Was she?
The same skin tone,
Bring him
same
up.
hair color, right?
Well, you can't really see the
Is it?
skin tone in the profiles.
To be
Oh, I
fair,
guess that's
that
true.
can't be changed. You can't. It isn't that hard to change an. It probably wouldn't be that hard to change an android's hair.
This thing was
think that
cutting
really makes
edge. I don't
Yeah,
buy.
I was gonna say it doesn't really make much sense, Molly.
The timeline of
I
events
don't
doesn't
think-
check out.
David doesn't seem like the type who could build an android from scratch. I think that's kind of the thing that we've been learning about him.
He was
I
the
think
father of modern
when he-
robotics. What are you talking about?
Well,
He was
I
the
would
father of the
think-
software, I think.
Yeah, the software. Not
Actual
the physical
hardware
part.
is
Maybe he
different.
had help. Maybe he was just that smart.
Oh,
He could have also just learned on his own while listening to corporate meetings. And
Yeah.
like what Morgan said, he did study robotics while in college.
Like,
So
if,
it's
if
not like
anything,
the
it's been
idea was
painting a
unheard of.
portrait of a very multidisciplinary, talented man who probably could do that.
I suppose, but I remain skeptical.
Alright.
At the very least, I don't think he did it by himself.
And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide. And I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, quivering to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress,
Oh shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
but it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent.
Right, exponential. Give it your best shot anyway.
4%.
That's not good.
Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? It's gonna be a robot judge, isn't it? The corporations wanted an objective judge who will always rule fairly, so they made it a robot or something. Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there?
I wonder if that's a reference to something.
Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I'm fucking smart.
How does it feel to be right as hell?
Because I'm fucking smart. It feels natural. It feels expected.
That
I feel
reminds
tingly.
me, here, after this.
Molly, if you could read that for me, please.
Adjutants are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records, if need be,
Damn.
ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties have
Adjutants.
shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a nine-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers.
That's so good. That's actually good.
It's so
The
good.
nonary system?
That's definitely a
reference
reference to
to-
Zero Escape, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say so.
Thought so.
Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or
There's
institution.
9!
From across the political
Sorry.
spectrum, ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where non-reprocessing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities, with a single authoritative, loud voice. With the state court backlog essentially cleared for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjutants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden. But State Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point.
Okay, so I was wrong in that it's not a corporate mandate. It's just kind of a thing they reach naturally?
Yeah. That reminds me. Who wants to voice the authoritative, loud robot judge?
Me.
Okay.
You sure, Emily? You're gonna
Good luck. You'll have your work cut out for you.
Really?
Are you sure about
You're gonna be doing a lot of voicing.
Let me take it over.
No, I want it. I want it. I want it.
Alright. Just drink your water.
All right.
Quirky and excitable? Like, come on.
I never would have expected anything else, frankly.
Yeah, it's what you expected to happen.
You know, I haven't gotten to voice any characters today.
Emma's
I've only
in court.
gotten logs
Emma will be
so
in
We're about
court.
to probably voice Emma.
Emma's not like yes, but Emma is like I don't know. Hollywood makes sense too.
Oh.
I'm saying. I'm saying.
I wanted to
What-
voice
what-
her.
Well, why don't we see?
Fine.
Okay, let's move on.
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents.
Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and sentencing algorithm.
So, androids are used to reduce caseload?
Been that way for decades.
But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions at stalling?
Judges did fight it for years, at every level, and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants.
And it's not controversial? Having machines determine sentencing for human beings?
I'm not understanding what
controversial.
they're saying here. The state shredded budgets across the board. Judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered in. So they just got their pay docked until they left?
Pretty much.
Huh. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. This definitely feels like they started out with, I want a robot judge, and they came up the reasoning later. Like,
I don't blame them.
besides, it used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
It only takes 3 days.
Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible,
Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had.
such as...
Disgust.
what?
That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one even gets dirt in their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. People even find me disgusting, can you believe that? Ridiculous.
I don't.
I don't
I
use
like
shower every
you.
day.
I was more talking about queer rights just then, but whatever. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped in the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep?
It's loading. Wow.
Ma'am?
It,
It needs to load?
don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial on the case of David Assure's death must have spread like a wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. Uniformed officers had a lot to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text. The cops told the media. Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's the corporate plants. Interns usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. My voice cracked. I'm embarrassed.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
What are those films you watch? I'd figured that you could extrapolate.
I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes I'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case.
What do you do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. We're not getting paid for this, by the way, right? Our
you're doing
client
this
is
pro bono.
dead and Sarah doesn't have money.
Yeah.
Like,
We're
Noble,
doing a
Noble has a
favor.
lot of money.
this is more of a favor for our adopted daughter here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me.
You said that before. Discovery means...
Getting some strong Danganronpa vibes right now. Like the big 3D room with the 2D character on the thing. Wow. Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. If that thing wakes up and starts talking about punishment time, I'm leaving. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation.
which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, didn't you?
And the jury? I don't see where they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers, where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity.
And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
Of course not. You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with.
So, all you have to do today is convince the adjutant?
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. I don't have a suspect, or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
The third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case of the people v. Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement?
No, Your Honor.
No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show start. If neither the defense nor if neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD 84. I am a machine, an automated attendant, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? I mean, sorry, I assumed, I read it wrong. A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice is one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous pod?
What?
I think I did right in calling dibs. I don't know about you. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me.
A man killed himself.
Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll lock the error if I need to. 80. Adjutant AD 84. Date of birth, September 2nd. Even heavier than Sarah. That's funny.
Given the height, that makes sense.
Automated dependent adjutant. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign Libra, self-assigned, because it's the scales. That's funny. Type open, obedient, observant of people. Free sizes. She answered the
She would
question.
give it, obviously.
She answered the question. Oh, Reyes, you're fucked. This a debug thing? Because I order the error if I'll log the error if I need to.
No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he...
How do I pronounce this? I don't know.
That sounded right.
I get it. You gotta make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone.
Does she have Jacobs?
I didn't realize that
for justice?
adjutants were so... I didn't realize that adjutants were so... lively.
They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for their kindness. What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good. Because if you have any doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But you're still just an adjutant. Should follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst for the bench, that plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness?
Right away, Your Honor.
My first thought is inspired by Junko Enoshima. Is that at all possible? Like, that's the vibe I get. It's the immediate, like, the multiple different, like, vibes she gives off, and the being the judge and everything. Like,
The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand.
oh god, I have to voice 3 characters in one scene.
I warned
Barely
you.
possible.
I gave you every possible
that's
out.
fair.
You made your bed, now lie in
No,
it.
all right, I'm lying in it.
I got to
It's Yumi.
relax.
Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and adulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me.
Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Assure, were you not?
I was.
And when did you make your examination?
I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning.
Objection.
Okay.
The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks.
All right. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. What did that took? That was a penalty.
Was that like an automatic penalty?
Being cute is my job. God
Yes.
Damn. We barely got it started.
Are you loving this right now?
I am very much enjoying this. Would it be too much to ask to also have some art of me as the adjutant?
Greedy.
I'm booked up right now,
Damn.
so...
That seemed pretty bad, Adonai.
Making mistakes will increase your blind. Ooh. Okay. For those who don't know poker, a blind is a mandatory bet at the start of a round. The blind rotates around the players. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher. But resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a much higher number if you're playing a high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you to gauge what you stand to lose. That is a really cute card.
The stream just went a little bit out of time for me.
Out of time?
A little bit.
Like out of sync? Out of audio sync?
Yes, a minor desync.
Let me restart that. Second.
Thank you for being accommodating.
Of course. There you go. Is that better?
Yeah. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future.
At least it's not a health bar like you have in Ace Attorney. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough.
Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death?
He passed away due to respiratory failure.
Could you explain what that means to the court?
Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing.
What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms?
There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting. pale skin and a bluish tinge around certain extremities.
And the condition he was in matched those symptoms?
Correct.
In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure?
It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy.
And what else could cause respiratory failure then?
It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses.
Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Assure?
Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with the space or left mouse. You need to read
All right, gotta
carefully
read
and
fast.
wait for the witnesses to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call.
Hold on.
Can't let the chance slip by. You need to catch your mistake the second it comes out of your mouth.
Well, you have to remember.
This says, well, it says alcohol, which I guess isn't clean.
It's nitpicking, but
Dave's contract, upright cup. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, I need to. Okay.
Whoop.
did the stream cut off for you too?
Yeah.
What? The stream didn't work?
No. It was Discord doing something.
You're
Yeah,
fine.
Discord messed up. We're
it just
fine now.
hiccuped a moment.
Hover over the 3 cards that show up, and left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. Wanna bet?
What the fuck?
It's impossible for David Assure's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense! That scared you?
The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Assure did have alcohol in his blood. But not at such a concentration as to be lethal.
Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant... I didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more
Throws a
nitpicky.
card at my Yuri rival.
Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be. But at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less.
Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Assure's respiratory failure?
During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound.
So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before.
That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor.
The people don't object, Your Honor.
In that case, I put all my creative heuristics into work, coming up with an original scientific fitting name for the substance, and they're like Omega. Omega-3! Why does this sound familiar?
That's fish oil. I take those.
That name is already taken.
Fine, call it Delta or whatever.
Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad.
She likes raw salmon, which has a lot of omega-3s in it.
Omega-3s.
Everything smells like salmon.
Well, sometimes this just happens.
Delta has some other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no public pharmaceutical. Our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. I'm so bad at this. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested.
You say ingested. Why?
I limited all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court?
Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely.
The victim died of respiratory failure. And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta.
Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up there? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning. There's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. The whiskey was negative for poison. They didn't see him add anything, which was corroborated by the cam footage. I'm thinking that one?
That was what I was thinking too.
The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that has a witness sitting there watching it happen.
As you say.
Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not?
If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves.
How kind of you to offer? Ball's in my court now. So how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. What is this? David ingested a Delta knowingly, and the Delta causes respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information... What's with all these new mechanics?
Playing blackjack
None of this
now?
was in Chapter 0.
Yeah, we're in court now.
Okay, alright. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of the argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under the pressure. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. You ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you described.
Was there a question in that statement, Counselor?
You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Shit. Okay. You could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right, thank you for that. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested a Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. Kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
What's wrong? Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... blackjack.
That's so cool.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Ashur's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So are there other explanations for what happened?
Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed
Pneumonia.
If he had undiagnosed
silent.
pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened.
Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare?
It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, I felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can. It's just all about I can manage. Yawn.
Ugh. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright.
And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene?
Thank God, I'm back down to 2 characters.
I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console, located in the kitchen.
What did they find when they arrived on the scene?
The victim was unconscious, on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called him. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Ashur was declared dead shortly after arriving there.
She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for Boot Hill authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people.
The witness met with the deceased about half an hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Ashur became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive.
And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves?
None. Though, through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from.
So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene?
The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Ashur, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So, it was our determination that Dr. David Ashur committed suicide by poisoning himself.
She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility, covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. A bright cup, David's cup, and poison.
Ashur met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who prepared their drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned.
Wait. How do you know that? Which is to say... How's your train of thought? Let me find it for you. Back on track?
Lost
Definitely, Your
4.
Honor. I'm not even allowed to check them before I fucking click something? Jesus Christ.
If you simply go to the end and you'll be able to view the log and evidence.
Okay. Except that they made a claim she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct. It should be fun. No, I didn't.
Oh, no, you click up right there on your
Fuck.
phone.
Okay.
Log.
It doesn't even say which
Log.
ones I had.
David's cup,
Yeah.
Jung's cup, and the poison.
Yeah.
No. Where's Jung's cup?
Jung's cup is near the bottom.
Fuck.
There it is.
There's no traces of foreign elements. Saliva and fingerprints match Helen Jung. David's cup,
You
Jung's
never
cup,
did actually
and
look
poison.
the poison.
Is it that it was, like, not fully analyzable?
I've got my own thoughts on this.
Yeah.
I think that the key evidence you'll need to present, well, I'm not going to say unless asked.
Thanks, asshole.
I'm not going to say unless asked. I'm not spoiling the mystery for you.
Yeah. Give me a second. I just need to read this again. Prepare the drinks. An opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. Drink from a cup he himself poisoned. And you don't know that, but how would I prove otherwise? Again, the kitchen, the lab, the basement, there was no poison anywhere else. Kitchen, the lab, and the basement. No additional traces found anywhere. That matches.
I admit, I'm also a little confused.
I need to...
You're going to have to be pedantic for
Give
these
me a
ones.
second.
Yeah.
There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. I mean, she was on camera the whole time, so that sounds right. Drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. You don't know that technically, but my evidence doesn't disprove that or anything. I guess my evidence... Hang on a second. I guess it doesn't say that he poisoned it himself. It just says he was drinking from it. It doesn't say that he poisoned it. So that's a claim she can't substantiate. So maybe that's the answer. I'm trying it.
That seems reasonable to me.
David's cup on that statement. Wanna bet?
Ow! Fuck!
You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence records clearly shows that the tests of David Escher's cup were... fucking... I messed it up. That would have been really cool if I got the line read right. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Assure's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that the cup was, in fact, poisoned. You talking a lot of sense, lady? Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford?
Counterspell. Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Assure alone.
I've been thinking about that this whole time. I don't know. This might just be a bluff. Like, I do think the cup was poisoned. But technically, that hasn't been proven yet. So let's stall for time. Not at this time. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense.
As we're all aware.
Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. I'm playing Tetris on my fucking Switch right now. What the fuck?
Is that a fucking Vita?
I don't know what it is.
That's definitely a Vita.
It might be
I
Evita.
recognize the stick placement.
Is she playing Danganronpa right now?
God, this game is good.
Playing fucking Gravity Rush.
Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent to proving guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby!
Fire away?
Baby? Ray's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Focus on eliminating other possibilities. Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Rashur was poisoned off camera?
Possible. I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show, it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself.
Is that not me eliminating a possibility?
That's you proving that it must have been him.
Ah,
That's
shit.
bad for your case.
That's not where I wanted to lead the conversation. It certainly might seem that way, yes. Fine. Fine, whatever. The only people you saw on cameras that night were Dr. Rashur and his witness, correct?
Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else.
Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera?
Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them.
So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room.
No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator, or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them were there that day.
Except the android go in the basement, but you know, whatever. And if they had been there before yesterday?
Then we would have seen him leave, again,
Come
through the
on.
front door.
Shit, man.
It's hard.
Or we would have found him during the course of our investigation of the house.
Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning.
I don't get this. Not that exhausted, goddammit. I don't really understand this system. Like, it wants me to fish for information, but then punishes me for asking questions.
You have to ask questions that will give you useful answers.
But I don't know what the answers will
question
be.
that could, any question that could be answered by yes, and also you're wrong, and I'm right, and you don't have a case, is bad.
You can't play like Ace Attorney, basically.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
To be more specific, any question where the answer yes is bad for you is one you shouldn't ask.
Is this not a question where the answer yes would be good for me?
No, because if the answer is yes, then that proves he did it.
No, it proves he could have been poisoned by someone else off camera.
We
Yes,
also
but
just went through anyone else in building.
I'm confused. Okay.
Also, yeah, only ask questions that you already know the answer to.
I mean, I don't know the answer to this one. Fine. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Ashur adding anything to his drink that night?
No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he had returned to the parlor.
He had already poured? In that case, the next question seemed to be when and what? Huh?
A new one appeared.
Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? This is a very confusing system for me. I'm not understanding it.
No.
That was a fast answer.
Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we'd found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think?
What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement?
No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse.
Right. I never found any poison. No poison at all? Okay. I swear to God, that salt shaker is going to be important. Like, the poison's going to be in there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Like, I don't know what the answer to this question is. So do I stay?
My vote is, I mean, this is the last question that has appeared. You have already exhausted every other line of questioning. It seems like a safe bet.
No, it's not. I'll just get another fucking penalty.
There is literally no other way to proceed.
Fine. At any point in the event, I don't feel smart doing this. I just feel like I'm trial and erroring this right now. At what point? At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased?
No?
He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers?
Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why?
Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective.
What point?
Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? Don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? I guess. I don't understand what just happened.
What do you mean procure?
I don't... How do I know which questions to ask?
You know that there was no poison found in the office. You're asking leading questions to make that work for your case.
I'm not a smart person. I don't know what the leading question is. I'm not... I don't do people. I do logics.
Here's your chance to learn.
I'm good at detective reasoning. I'm not good at working people. That's not me. Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're sure was so dissolved in his drink? It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in a container at some point.
Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated.
A leading question is a question that forces someone to say something themselves. Why don't I just say it?
Because you want to prove it. The point of a cross-examination is that you're not saying anything, you're forcing the witness to say it.
Why can't I just say that it's not true?
If the witness says it, it gets added to their testimony.
And if I contradict what they say, it doesn't?
Yes. Remember, the only things that count in court are hard evidence or witness testimony.
So I need
Therefore,
to get them
if
to
you
say
get
something, otherwise it doesn't count.
Bingo.
I don't know, it feels like a crapshoot to me. All of it? I don't know what this means. Probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil?
In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in this bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? Have I watched the movie My Cousin Vinny? No. Most of the detective stories I watch end when the fucking criminal gets caught. I don't know as much about court stuff. The police want to claim that Dr. Ashur committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself.
Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Ashur was able to drip the poison right into his cup.
Huh?
Straight from the source.
Is she going to argue that it's the fucking 3D printer before I get to prove that it was the 3D printer? God damn it. Shit. That was way too specific to be a bluff.
Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory.
Man, I figured that out. It's not fair.
That is not a good thing for your case.
I
that it
know,
was
but I
figured
figured
out.
it out. I'm supposed to be the smarty.
You're so smart, Emily.
Sold under the product name Nanofacturer.
Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor.
Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use.
Emily figuring out everything except the Blagic Sessions is hilarious. No, it's not. It's not funny at all.
As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it.
Even the android can see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
You think Rendoc Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals?
Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's...
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute, at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset 19.
You know the specific preset? Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. I caught that, and it didn't give me a chance to prove it and feel smart about it. That's annoying me.
No. It seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we could take a moment to put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it.
Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And, of course, we know he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor?
.36, got the whiskey and the cups. Camera show him returning to at 7:40. He fell ill and passed away. .36, 7:40. Sounds right. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it.
As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup. By placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say?
Ooh, a complete timeline of event. I'm scared. I need some water. Hang on. My water bottle in the kitchen like an idiot.
Oh.
Oh no.
Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means. He had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to wrap up here, no? Okay. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah?
Adonai, I
had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, counselor? Are we done here?
There must be something.
Could be.
He placed the cup inside the manufacturer?
Give me a second. This poison directly into his cup. Placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and typically waiting 2 minutes. Is there something about the way the machine works that doesn't match that?
Is there anything in the evidence?
Give me a second. I'm trying to find the fucking thing. Assembling compounds that are 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. What's missing? That glass of water still confounds me. I don't know what the fuck the deal with that is. Missing something. I'm gonna bluff it. There must be something wrong.
That's the spirit.
Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely motive. I knew that. I knew that was the reason. Sure. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything.
This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so...
Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for a debate and not get to the truth of the matter, no? You know?
So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court.
Ooh, new evidence? Gimme!
This is a recording of a phone conversation, dated at 6:30 p.m. last night, between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with.
You're bringing this into it?
Oh my god.
Oh, alright, okay. I'm gonna have to see how this works.
A man named Isaac Porter.
Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that... What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand?
It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died.
Unaffected? Cool! Begin playback. Did you...
Oh.
Is River voicing both of these characters? That's funny.
River is
Yep, have
voicing
fun.
both of
All right.
them.
Yay. Hello?
Better differentiate these bitches.
I'll do my best.
Always so soft-spoken.
Isaac? You there? Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Good night, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Just like me, for real, for real. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary.
So femme.
My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I... Ooh. Ooh.
Hang on. Where's the... I don't have...
Phone call hasn't been submitted in evidence yet.
No, but we have Isaac's account of the phone call, right?
I don't think so, no.
And he said... his claim was that David said, like, is that all you were going to say? And then, like, hung up or whatever. But that didn't come up just then.
Well, it doesn't have to be exact wording, but, like...
I'm pretty sure he said, like, so do you need anything else? Or that was, like, the testimony.
I see. Fair enough. I guess if we're calling that equivalent to that. All right. Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance.
Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill.
Okay, did I do good?
You did great.
Yeah,
You did well.
Shall we hear the rest?
Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time.
Father.
It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. All phone calls received are made from inside the Noble Executive. Okay. Definitely a lot of evidence in this that seems irrelevant somehow so far. But I don't know.
Yeah, we've got like 4 hours left, right? Apparently.
Oh God, yeah.
If not more at this rate. We're not exactly going through at fucking record speed here.
Oh yeah.
It might just
I'd
be
say
a
we're a
call.
little bit over halfway through. Very sad.
Halfway through what?
What?
Halfway through what?
Oh, you know.
But the entirety of the episode?
Or this courtroom session? Halfway through what, Soph?
The episode in total, yes.
Oh boy, okay, we got 2 more sessions out of this shit then. It
Yeah,
might just
for
be a
real.
call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got our means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory.
Hmm.
So does that mean this is just pity?
Less than 2 hours before Dr. Ashura died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Ashura was in last night.
I wish this wasn't like a list. I wish it was like lined up like a grid.
At least alphabetically or something.
Yeah.
Is it in the order that we receive it?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Not counting new stuff, yes. New stuff is always at the top, but other than that,
It's at the
it
bottom
is
right now.
in chronological order. Yeah.
'Cause
When
we've seen
it's
it.
got the little new marker, when it's got the little brand new marker, it's at the top.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the newest stuff is at the bottom.
It's so confusing. Okay. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling up my game all day. Caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going?
Oh.
After that?
What are you doing, counselor?
Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for.
Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands?
Hetero Jessica.
Hetero Jessica,
Welcome back,
that's what we
Hetero
call her, that's her
Jessica.
name. Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today.
That was really fucking funny of you, Sophia.
Of course, whatever I can do.
Now you get to voice two characters in the same scene, Molly. What is your relation to the deceased?
I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet?
Starling's the only player I have right now. The only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Morgan presents herself as a lot more competent than most detective protagonists we know. She is Phoenix riding it hard right now.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. It's kind of the defensive thing.
Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Ashore.
Really, Emily?
Please answer them to the best of your ability. I can't do that.
Right.
Dr. Ashore was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally?
Of course. Dr. Assure's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world.
Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Intent? I'm feeling that it's gonna be a sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him?
There were times when he was the focus of negative attention.
How so?
Dr. Ashur was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence.
I'm struggling to see why Rockford is allowing this. Like, shouldn't she, like, relevance to the case at hand, etc., etc.?
They'd say his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop.
And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories?
Relevance?
I wrote this game. Whether or not people wanted to kill him. Well...
Withdrawn.
Miss Starling?
I mean, she did say Emma was pitying her.
Mm-hmm.
People would attempt to contact him, yeah.
Enjoying the sweeping pens. Very good stuff. You kind of get the vibe from Phoenix Wright does that sometimes, where they're like panning between the court. But it's a lot more effective here with, not being locked to a Game Boy's frame rate.
But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on.
Hello, me, the calligrapher. Thank you for the rating. We are playing Of the Devil. We are in the first court session of Chapter 1. How you doing?
They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or someone should do something to shut him up.
Did they ever talk about hurting him?
Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police.
Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Sheesh, who writes this stuff?
All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor?
Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns?
Sure. We've gone out to dinner, or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain, since he needed relationship advice a lot.
Huh.
Even if he didn't realize that's what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but...
Did he ever talk to you, or, to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself?
God, no, never.
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness? Depression, anxiety?
No.
So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself...
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
You're saying that you can't believe...
Objection.
On what grounds?
Asked and answered. Stalling. And also... The people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter.
Don't you fuck me on this. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to?
The deceased's mental health history.
Oh boy. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about?
We have private correspondences that describe...
If they're private, then it should not have been obtained by the people without his permission.
He can't give his permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime.
Convincing! Damn, I didn't honestly expect her to stop. I didn't honestly expect her to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage?
77%. Approximately.
Need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year. Along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum Plan.
Platinum Plan? Is that my phone? Oh. Yep. I already took my painkillers, thank you. Use the schedule and pay for several pin. This hasn't come up at all yet. Wait. Did they mention a psychiatrist and a car ride or something? That rings a bell.
I think they mentioned his insurance plan,
They
but I
did
don't
mention
think...
his insurance plan was in here somewhere. The Executive 4 plan. David Asher's health insurance policy with Caduceus, paid for through Nova Electronics, include private EMS services on standby. Only offers 3 levels of employer provided plans that outrank it. So where did this platinum plant come from?
Yeah.
Isn't that... Can a man have 2 plants? Is that a thing? Or is this a contradiction?
I think it might
There's
be a
something
contradiction.
going on there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a contradiction,
Hmm.
but definitely strange.
Platinum?
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Assure's secrets here in the court,
Oh, okay, I guess.
but I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls.
Side note.
Hmm?
I do think that it might be counterproductive to thug it out to the end of this court segment.
Okay, so we should.
If we want to get another 2 streams out of this, we're already a little bit over time.
Hmm. Well, let's see if we find a good stopping point.
Yeah. Which,
Just wanted to let you know.
yeah. When put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress Dr. Assure was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls?
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
Why do you just have transcripts and not all the recordings? All focus recordings automatically intercept and recorded in the building system. Why are these not recorded? I'll gladly object on the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan? Not my line of reasoning, but sure, let's get that out of the way.
Yeah. What?
Really?
Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record.
This is... This is easily explained.
Okay.
David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested to that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had his own separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Sorry. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp.
Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying? No, he was smarter than that.
Oh, yeah, I finished the drawing, by the way.
Nice.
Oh, excellent. Hello there.
There you are.
Should I increase the size?
You're fine. All buildings all record. The fact... This doesn't...
Definitely do you want my input?
You're smarter than that. Used separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying. I need a reason why he has a different plan? Or...
No, I think...
Wait. David hid psych treatments from Noble. All building calls are recorded and monitored by Noble.
Yes.
Remember that if you're feeling confident, you can pump your bat.
I'm not feeling confident this thing. I'm not quite seeing the line of logic.
Fair enough then.
I mean, she said it was calls to the psychiatrist, right?
Yeah.
So all the calls are recorded in Noble, and he lived there. So
Yeah, which is why I'm confused why there's only transcripts and not recordings.
I think maybe that's not relevant. Like, there can be
Yeah.
physical transcripts of recordings. Like, you can just...
Why would that
write
not
out
be
what's being
relevant?
said.
I just have a specific evidence thing that says they all get recorded.
Right, yes.
So that makes it seem like an important piece of information I should keep in mind.
It
the
is
reason
important.
that they're being submitted as transcripts and not recordings is because transcripts can be physical sheets of paper.
There. So why did we
Yeah, I think-
listen to that recording earlier? Okay.
I think what's important here is that Noble was, like, recording all of the phone calls.
Right, so even if he had a platinum plan which hid his psych treatments, they would know about it anyway because they were recording his calls. So it wouldn't
Yes.
matter.
Yeah.
Okay, that feels like something. That feels like something right there. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, somebody who didn't work for Noble, who would have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded.
Look at that smug face.
That's...
David is sure was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by daily-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy?
Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that.
Does it though?
Pardon me?
Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? So not done encrypting?
Well, it's difficult to...
Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. Yes, I am. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. Yes, I would.
Really dragging out statements.
What are you...
I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage.
Right, you know about corporate spies.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Banger line.
This is a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one.
It's gambling.
What?
If the markets were open Monday with people believing that David Ashore, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months,
Objection? Mischaracterization? Foundation? All the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench.
oh thank God. David Ashore was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself.
And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months, your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know?
That is...
Sorry, but, like... did you still need me up here?
The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting!
Yes, ma'am. I don't really understand why, but okay.
With how my luck's been so far,
Oh,
Sarah's
man.
progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now.
Yeah.
And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems... Who would be?
And my evidence, Your Honor. Will it be entered into the record?
I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding.
That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor.
At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Gotta make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she
Do you
hadn't called...
think-
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just thinking, like, before we get into another questioning sequence, it might be good to...
Oh, you want to call it here?
Really?
I-
Here?
I was going to
I
say
am
after
being-
this, but
Yeah, this feels like a weird point.
I am being so for real here when I say that if we like,
this
The
is the point of
cliffs
no
are
return.
the cliffs are only going to get hangier.
That's fine. We'll pick a very good one then.
Please.
I need to see more.
I have to know more, yes.
Do we have another hour,
Pick a good.
theoretically?
Another
I
hour?
do
I
not.
don't know.
No.
Absolutely the fuck not.
Then we
No,
should-
no way.
Emily, I love you, but we're already an hour over
I know,
time.
I know. I'm just asking. Like, if clearly the court does not approve of ending it here.
Well, what other point could she stop after if she continues?
This feels
Maybe
If
not
you
another
continue-
hour, but like maybe like another 10 minutes.
If you continue, then if you absolutely are unwilling to stop here, then stop as soon as Sarah mentions that she hit a breakthrough.
Okay, yeah, that's a perfect cliffhanger.
Okay.
Imagine she says it like the next line.
If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Rashur last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last?
Yeah.
She did that because she's my friend. I'm his friend because she knows I was his friend. That's why she called.
What specifically was so urgent about it?
That he had a thing for me. Yeah, it was about it was about Sarah. When exactly did he last see you? Meet you at XQ. See you. Contact you?
contact is my inclination, but
I would say contact too.
as
When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Shore, Starling? Miss Starling?
oh, well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just. Yeah, it was last night around 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor?
Relevant? $6.57 is between the breakup and the dinner date.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that would give an indication of mental state and priorities. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial.
I love how much she bluffs.
What?
I just got chills. You know why, though?
Must be a coolant link. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about.
On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. But the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand into the slots of chronological order left to right. You can also pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill all the slots to submit your answer. The call happened at 6:30.
Yes.
Then the text happened at 6:57.
Yes.
Then drank with David before he died, and then David faints and dies. That's it. I should have raised my bet. Oh well. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. Missed my chance. I didn't realize that thing was there. We know that Isaac Porter and David Ashore broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard.
You just met them.
And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after.
The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it.
You should know the reason. You're smarter than this. One last question, Miss Starling.
Yeah?
What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Ashore?
Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That might actually be a good stopping point.
I'm glad to agree.
Doesn't that hurt my case?
What do you mean?
If I was Emma, I could easily spin this to make it sound like he was taking care of his last businesses before dying.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So does this not hurt
Well-
my case?
It might hurt your case, but that's not the point. The point is to stall long enough for Sarah.
I guess.
We can worry about that after.
All right. Well, do we end things here?
I do desperately need to get food in me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Please, the chair is so uncomfortable.
Okay.
You don't stand up periodically?
We can do a funny
Oh, I
save
put
here.
a cushion. I put a cushion on it for you and everything before we got started.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and like I'd appreciate that. It helped.
This is gonna be a
I
weird
will
spot
say.
to jump in next week.
Well, we'll have to do like a little recap.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All right.
What if I'll just take a 1 hour break and come back?
No, I do need to go to bed at some point.
I am in no. I have to be up early tomorrow because I have to be at a big business thing.
It is 2:20 in the morning.
I have a life.
I have to shower.
Okay, well,
Really?
don't brag about it.
Wow. Both of those are surprises.
What's so surprised about me
That
showering?
was mean. That was really mean.
Well,
I'm
everybody-
sorry.
Yeah, a little
Call me
bit.
stinky?
Well, everybody, I hope you'll be there next week when we continue Of the Devil and we see where this crazy cliffhanger goes.
This is a fucked up cliffhanger now.
I can't help it. I can't. There's nothing I can do.
It's fucked
Your
up.
hands are tied.
How do I exit this?
It's for the content.
Return title.
I thought your hands were tied.
Yeah.
We're done.
I mean, multiple people's hands can be tied at once.
Cope.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
focus. I want to thank you very much for watching. I stream every Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, usually at 9 p.m. Central European Time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The next stream will be on Tuesday, when I will be playing... Did I plan something? I forget.
I don't know if you did.
Oh,
No.
hold on,
Wait,
so-
no,
so
you
no.
did.
Remember me what I
We
planned?
talked about a couple. We talked about a couple of different things. I don't remember if
We
we settled
literally
on
didn't have
anything.
anything. We didn't have anything concrete.
I feel like you actually messaged me Tuesday plans, but I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember.
Are Yakuza?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
It'll be fun. Be there.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You said Sonic Riders.
Oh,
Right,
right.
Sonic
I need to
Riders.
fucking look into that. All right. Well, have a nice
Nate.
night. I'm gonna see if I can raise some money. Yeah, Sonic Riders is the plan. That's true.
Sonic speed.
We'll be back with more Of the Devil on Sunday. I hope you'll be there. I'm gonna rate somebody. It's gonna be Loop Queen, who has drawn something. I don't know what she's drawn, but have a nice day. Hope to see y'all again
Bye.
on next Sunday
Take care of yourself.
or Tuesday,
ya.
actually. Bye bye.
God in heaven, I have to pee so bad.